What? No. Second. All right. Ooh. 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 How's everyone doing? Let's see. What are we doing today? Okay, so today I don't think I'm going to work on Twitch events. They're running. They're presumably working. Presumably. Yeah, I added them to this scene. Added them to every scene. Don't get me wrong, we have a lot of stuff to do on them, but I need to start working on my cloud to actually host it. So right now it's just running locally instead of being hosted somewhere. Not the ideal solution. Obviously, we could go host it manually. I could host it on the null cloud manually too, but I kind of wanted to start using the end user experience. So we kind of got to get that made. Um, all right. Yes, I do. Cool. Let's see. We don't need. Oh, you know what we do? I want to do. I want to talk about that later. I I have a question concerning the rusts. What to teach now? What to teach later? I don't know. So I kind of convinced myself to do. Oh, this was just a test. not even what I thought it was. Let's see. This is what I was thinking it was. I kind of thought that I would do generics than traits because to use a trait, you almost have to know generics. So it's a little different than other languages, and so I guess that's where I gave trouble because in most languages I would probably teach interfaces and then generics. As generics are used much less frequently in general, but in Rust they go hand to hand with traits, and thus I'm not entirely convinced that you can use the. I don't even know how you would use a trait without using generics. So I was thinking that I would teach generics first, but maybe I'm wrong. So I'd love to hear what you guys were thinking because I was planning on recording this, and then I thought I would ask you guys um, because yeah, I kind of stumbled over it. Okay, so for my next lesson, Russell. Also, hello. For my next Rust lesson, I kind of stumbled over whether to teach generics or traits first. And it was too much information to put both of them together. Um, so I have set off to do generics. I actually have the lesson plan for traits as well. So and I have Monday off, so I'm planning on getting, video 1 early in the week, video 2 late in the week, maybe the next week. Maybe I'll hold it a week just so that I have make sure I have a video the next week. But Monday is Memorial Day. I might stream on Monday too, because Monday is Memorial Day, and I'll be working on the Null Cloud anyhow, so I might stream it, but no promises. So for this lesson that I want to record, it was a toss up between generics or traits and which one to do first. My gut is that you do generics first, but this goes contrary to every other language. I think in almost every other language, I would teach interfaces before I would teach generics. But really in Rust, at least from my point of view, traits are kind of useless if you don't know how to write generic code in Rust. And so I thought we would do generics first. But I wanted your guys' opinion. Um how would you use a trait? Let's say we write a trait up here without writing some generic code. So let's do a trait here. There we go. This is our trait. And let's implement it for point. Not this point because that's let's implement it for old point. Okay. How do I use this trait? How do I pass this trait to a function? Would be my question. How do I say I want a function to take this trait? So let's write a generic function. This is how you would do it. So this is why I say in Rust, I feel like you have to know generics before you know traits. Now, maybe I'm really wrong, but this is how I know how to use them. Um, so in a lot of languages, you could do like my other func, and you could say T is of type my trait, but that's not that's not really the case. And then you can add dynamic here, but this then also requires you to box it. Oh, so if you do IMPL, I think it is IMPL. This is actually this. It's just syntactical sugar. When the compiler compiles it out, it's this. This is also a lot more powerful, because but this right here is just this. So you're still using generics here. I mean, I guess you could use it without understanding that you're using generics here. Okay, I could go with that. You either need to do this or you need to box but that's ugly. I don't let's see. Okay, so when I am recording this for traits, IMPL my trait, the only thing that I don't enjoy about this implementation um is if you're trying to do like well, if my func, which we're implementing here, oh no, this is fine. If we wanted two generics here, let's say T and D, and this is a little cleaner when you're writing a multiple line, where this gets a little verbose. Also, let's say T and D were both of type T. This is very cleanly ties it together, whereas this one has to, D is also an impl of my trait. But yeah, they're both fine. Okay. I get the point though. I need to not worry nearly as much about, well, this is actually generic code, so you need to know generic code first. They don't need to know that. I guess I was thinking, how would I explain what the impl does here, but I get the point. Yes, you're right. So the third lesson, I was thinking that we're going to do the generics and the traits this way. Let's see. I can delete this too. Okay. I was thinking we were going to do the generics and the traits this way. And then I think we're very close to going into actually doing projects where I want to pick very specific projects that leverage some stuff. The only other big thing that I want to do before we do the projects, there's two things that we really need to do. I really want to do a cargo, a lesson on how to import other projects, so crate.io, use cargo, and some of the stuff. We learned about using cargo, but we don't really use it to bring other things in. So I want to do that before we just start importing a bunch of stuff. And then I want to do. I wanted to do something on threading. I wanted to do something on threading, and then I realized that threading is probably one of the most complicated parts of Rust. And I don't know if doing a quick 15-minute episode on threading is useful. Um, so, what I thought I would do is a 15-minute episode on how to get started with something like Tokyo. Tokyo and a web framework. And then I think that we're going to do like a 5-part deep dive into threading in Rust. Because you have things like green threading, but you also have like system threads as well. When to use which one, what they excel at, what they don't excel at. Understanding an executor like a async and await, and how Tokyo, could be on a single thread. The number of workers in its worker pool could be 1, or it could be multi-threaded and have await could be going on to different threads. But I think a lot of that goes like needs some animations to go along with it as well. And so I think that it should be like its own separate thing, almost like a. And I was actually thinking about releasing it 2 different ways. I don't know. I feel like this is playing the YouTube game, but I feel like maybe this is what I should do. I'd get your, because I feel bad sometimes doing this. I feel like I should release it as a 2-hour complete thing. This is your deep dive into Rust. And then I should release it 15 minutes once every 2 weeks or something like that, with like a very specific part of that. That's my feeling on it if I wanted to do it for YouTube. So like the 2-hour one would be like this big release, and then the 15-minute parts would be like very specific segments of like, this is how Rust does this, and this is how Rust does this, and that way you don't have to watch a 2-hour video to get it. And so I think they both have value. Tokyo and Diesel are completely different things, Flower Boy. Tokyo is a threading solution. Diesel is a uh uh yeah, so I can't think of it. I want to say a DRM, but it's not a DRM, but it's a ORM. A Diesel is an ORM for Postgres, MySQL, and SQLite. Tokyo is a threading library, but you don't have to take my word for it. It's an asynchronous Rust framework. Now, there's a lot of things built on top of Tokyo. So you could have like Tungstenite Tokyo, for example. Tungstenite Tokyo is isn't really anything about Tokyo. It's WebSockets that support async and await on the uh, Tokyo support. So there's a lot of things that build. I'm gonna say on top of the Tokyo async await asynchronous engine. Whereas Diesel is an ORM. Any other ORMs for Tokyo Postgres maybe? So Tokyo Postgres is probably giving you that async await on top of Diesel or on top of Postgres. So yeah, let's now. I have been using SQLX. SQLX. I think I can show you a little bit of SQLX if you like. This is not what I wanted. It's the launch brigade. All right. It's not launch brigade at all, but I'm sticking with it. I meant that. It's launch. It also has a Postgres integration. Now I haven't used its Postgres integration, but I have been using MySQL. It's a little bit different. It's not an ORM. SQLX is not an ORM, but it does some pretty cool things. I can show you. Let me open up a project to show you that. I don't know if I'm converted. It has some weird things, but once you get accustomed to the weird things, it's actually pretty nice. So it has some weird caveats. Like, to do what it does, it actually needs the database. So you'll actually see this database here, and if this database wasn't here, it would actually start having red stuff in my code, which is kind of weird that I would need that. It also means that I have to have this environment variables, this .env here. Where is the .env? Let's see. Oh wait, the AI manager is the one that gets it. So the .env is here because I got to give it this because this has to exist for it to statically compile. But what is nice is, see this? Watch this. What if this is, you look at this and you're like, oh, this is kind of gross. I wrote raw SQL into my code. But watch this. Let's say I say insert into story Merrick. It goes red. And you can highlight it and you can say, it says here, error return from the database, no such table, story Merrick. So it knows the tables, it knows the values, so you can't give it a wrong value as well. It's not perfect. It has some weirdness when you get started with it that makes you dislike it at first. It doesn't manage everything for you, so you have to do your own migrations. If you change the database, you're going to have to do your own migrations, but it's fairly nice. And you know, yeah, I like it. I think I like it. I think I've converted over to liking it. And now I don't think that it's as easy as an ORM. I think an ORM is probably easier. To me, I always get to a point with an ORM. I have great fun with it for the first year. And then my project gets to a certain point, and I find that I start fighting whatever ORM that I get. And you can always be an expert at X ORM, and that's fine. But I don't know. I never get the time to be an expert at X ORM, and thus I think that I'm just going without an ORM for right now. This is a pretty nice function if you. This should be in their library, to be honest. Um, maybe I can give this. It's in the code. You can go get it yourself. This just sets it up very nicely. And basically runs migrations whenever it starts. So like, yeah. The nice thing though is this also gives you, if you do a select, it also gives you the results in a well formatted way that you know is correct as well. Um, so it's like halfway of an ORM. that's not me trying to sell you on it. I think Diesel is pretty good. I've never touched Tokyo Postgres. Yeah, I've never touched it, but seems well supported at this point. So is not on SQLX. What's is not on SQLX? You can basically do anything you want on SQLX in a query. But I don't think that you could go wrong with Diesel. I've seen a lot of people talk highly of it. ORMs aren't for everybody. Um, but I think I'm liking SQLX. You know what I need to do? Let's get a fresh cluster. Oh, whoops. So unfortunately, to debug this portion, we need a cluster. I don't know how many of you were here for when we created this cluster or this script. It's just a bash script. It sets up a kind cluster. It configures it so that it can be exposed to localhost. And on those same ports, it actually sets up Istio ingress. Hey, bud, can you turn that down a little bit when you get a chance? Thanks. Or not. Or not. We were editing on this. Uh let's see what happened. I think so. What I did is I did actually change it to be executed from the root directory, not from within the hack folder. But I think I messed up. All right. So yeah, this goes to hack. That's good. This is good. Up, this right here. That is not what I meant at all. Yeah, Russell, I guess that's kind of my feelings. ORMs are cool until they hit performance issues, or I've actually had this was a long time ago. Maybe this was my fault. I had a migration issue where it wasn't quite migrating like it was supposed to, and took like a day and a half to do the migration, because like basically I was trying to whisper to it to get it to migrate how it needed to migrate, And that was on a big project with, I don't know, maybe 7-year-old technology at this point. So they've come a long way since then. So, but for starting out, there's nothing that you can do that wouldn't be faster. I'm not sure that was the right way of saying that. Probably can't go wrong starting out. So this also sets up Istio because our system is dependent on Istio. If you look through the code, I do have all the deployment for this. That sets up the real cluster. We're not quite hitting all of that just yet, because that also sets it up for like TLS and stuff. Although you need a secret, and you don't have the secret, and it's not checked into Git. I don't think it's checked into Git. I don't think it is. Cool. We'll give it just a second. Istio can take a little while to get up and running, although it looks like it's up and running, so cool. Cool. All right. Now, let's see. Where is our shoot, that is under config samples, right? Yeah, config samples. Perfect. That's right. Oh, that's actually a change that I wanted to make. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's I think everybody's just going to get one namespace, their own namespace. So that will be what our namespace is called, and then we got to go through and redo all of our generative code. So let's jump through here. Oh, we actually want the templates here. So in here, this is just always for a single customer is going to just be their namespace. I was going to break it up so like every large application they did got their own namespace, and maybe we can do something with that, like, I don't know, like later. But for right now, to keep the namespaces down to a happy amount, we're going to do this. Okay, that looks good. Also, let me know at this point what you guys would like to work on, because I have the null cloud, which is what I was kind of going to work on today, because I think I might actually take a little bit of time off of work in early July and work on this a little, and kind of wanted to get something actually done. But we can also always switch over to the Twitch events, which is in Rust and is more fun. So also, events are running, so if there is an event, there is no sound yet on the front end app, but that's something we could work on. But it is running, so there should be something on the UI if there is a Twitch event, because I got it running on the Mac Mini yesterday. You know what? That was a pain. I wasted like an hour and a half, and I still don't know what's wrong with the Mac Mini running it. I solved the it didn't like the command line arguments that I was giving it. So like I just nuked the command line arguments and was like this like effectively hard coded it. Um and it works. And it worked. But like I don't know why it doesn't like it. It's fine on my desktop. So I'm not sure what's going on there. And I only have this like puny keyboard that's a horrendous to type on. Like I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is one of the worst keyboards ever designed for like my hand compared to it's hard to type on. It has got these little membrane things. And the screen's kind of far away. It's not a good development experience. But yeah. Anyways, it should be working. I think. Maybe. Maybe. It says it's working. All right. But yeah, so let me know what you guys would like to work on, and we'll work on that. I went over the Rust lesson, so that's good. I want to record that tonight. Probably both lessons tonight, so I can start editing those. What do you guys think about the 2 hour like deep dive into Rust threads? Also, I've skirted memory management and I don't know what to say. I feel like people just getting started, they should start writing some code and not worry about memory management. We can have a cursory what's like the stack versus the heap, like, but that feels like very introduction to computer science. Um, and my fear is like you do that and you lose some people that are like, oh, I need to know the stack versus the heap. I don't think you do. I think you can get away with not for a little while. You can write a simple web app without knowing that initially, probably. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. Now all we need to do is create namespace my. All right. And these have all been updated, so they're going to deploy into my customer. Ooh. Why does this not work in Rust? I actually really like that. And that's a pretty good 15-minute episode where you can like talk about where we have to call clone and why you're copying things. Um and then we can do like a deep dive later on. Because I would like to do like an hour long, kind of like with threading, where it's a mini series in of itself. This is like a deep dive. If you really want to know threading well in Rust, this is how you do it. Okay, I like that. And maybe I can attack the threads the same way, where we do a short little episode to get comfortable with a little bit of threading. Because really, the other big thing is like, I don't know how far to go. So, like, should we talk about how to pin memory? Like, so if you really want to write your own future, you got to be able to pin memory. This starts to get into like the inner workings of how Rust manages memory, because like, uh, yeah, I don't know. So I don't know exactly how far the deep dives will go. How deep the deep dives will go. I'm feeling like the answer is no. We won't get into writing your own future. And writing your own future is maybe its own mini class with about pinning memory, because I feel like that's its own thing. So find some common scenarios that would work for other languages but fail in Rust, and why you need 7 levels of generic abstractions before you can self-reference. I don't know. This isn't even self-referencing, but I had somebody asking about over here. Let's see. Where? Oh, it's here. I had somebody asking about my let's see. It's in the WebSockets. I had somebody asking me about this connection map, this arc of a mutex of a hash map. uh um and this is of a socket address of a TX, which TX is of an unbounded sender of a message. Oh, I was like, well, does a mutex doesn't protect it from like multi-threaded reference counting, so you got to give it an object to do that. And this isn't even this isn't even self-referencing. This is a little easier. Um, yeah. Okay. So I think actually, did I apply this? No, I was just making sure that I had done everything that I needed to. I updated this. I saved it. Yep. All right. Oh, one last check here. My customer is the namespace. Cool. Okay, let's apply that. We're getting a failure. This is actually a failure that I wanted to see. So we're getting this unable to update service. This is a weird error. Wait. Namespace our oh wait. We screwed up. It's still trying to hit the wrong namespace. I expected another error. I still expect an error. That was not the one. That was just from my recent updates here. Let's see. I updated all the templates. So this should just customer ID. This should just customer ID. Okay, the only thing I can think of is that I concatenate it here. Ah. Wait a second. Wait a second. This isn't what we were seeing, was it? So this is weird because this is saying my customer, which if we're looking at our spec up here, that's our namespace. But this is looking at app name and the workload name. And it's saying the namespace to this. So that's correct. The namespace should be the exact same as the parent's namespace. So the parent namespace is my customer. That's in place of a customer ID, like a user ID. In fact, we could update all of this to be like user ID. We'll just do that. that will be a little bit more clear as to what the let's create that right now. So each user will get their own namespace. This looks right to me. Oh, wait. Okay, so 1 second. Was this, which one did this fail on? Was it the service or was it the deployment? Um, Perfect. Don't tell me. Oh, here we go. It was in the 80. Line 80. All right, which means it is in the deployment, not in the service. So this is the thing that returned back here. Oh well, this is hard coded, which is wrong. So let's stop that. All right. So we just need the namespace, and that should parse that. Okay. That should put this right there. Okay. Okay, I think let's try that. Let's get it back up and running. We need to delete that. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and delete that really quickly. Shoot, I did change its name, so I can't just delete the. My bad. Okay, delete. What is our CRD called? Here we go. Null application. And its name should be. Let's just do get. Oh, I lost my cursor. Uh, did I misspell this? Very possible. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, I misspelled the namespace. Done. All right. All right, I still expected an error. I still expected this. So let's see. This is the weird thing. Okay. So we're getting this blah 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 invalid spec.ports required value. And this is, I think this is a red herring. I think that this is failing weirdly inside the controller. Because I looked at this for a while Thursday, I think. And basically, let's see, we're looking at the checks deployment service. We were looking at the service template here. And you know, this kind of is implying that the spec.ports is a required value, and there is no spec.ports. That's what we came up with. And we looked through all the documentation and the code for Istio. So this is an Istio type. Couldn't find one. And that's why then I started printing it out like this. Because what I did was yeah, I started to actually just apply it here and get the error because it's a little interesting. Let's see what this does. And this works. This is applying. That's the crazy part here, is that applying this from inside our controller is failing. So I don't think it's the manifest that we're generating. So we need to look around a little bit more. I guess is the thing. Because this is failing. It's returning on, let's see. Yeah, 80. 80 is our check deployment service. It's right here. It's erroring right here. So it means something in here is the thing that's failing. Let's check all these logs. I don't like the logging in here, but this is what we have. Unable to update service for microservice. That's this one. Creating the service for microservice. The only one that doesn't have a log that we explicitly catch is this one. And so we get this log message here, this creating service for microservice. So none of these are erroring. So it's really erroring on this create, but I don't know why. Oh my gosh. I know why. Thank you for rubber ducking with me today, Twitch chat. I appreciate it. Sometimes I just need to talk. We don't have a V1 service. I don't even know how this is marshalling. We have an Istio service. Ugh. This should be failing. This, what we're giving it is not a V1 service. Oh my gosh. All right. So, what we need to do to fix this. This is something I haven't done, and one of the reasons I don't like the client. I don't like this. Because it doesn't have any way for me to give non-typed So like I can't send it a JSON string. Um, all it has is this create. So all I can do is like this create, but really what I would like to do is send it the raw JSON object because I don't actually want to have the JSON. So if you look at this create function takes this client object, which I don't think can be JSON. So we need to look this up. I don't know how to do this off the top of my head. Now there is a REST client, which I think is what we just need to create. We just need to get the REST client and send the JSON. That's my assumption of what we need to do. I've seen other people do that specific thing as well. I kind of wish that the client actually had the ability to do that. Because the other option, which is not a real good option, and I'll explain why, is that we import all of Istio to get its service types, its virtual service. And the reason it's not a good thing is that links everything that we have with Istio. And that means if Istio depends on 125 Kubernetes, we depend on 125 Kubernetes. It means that if it depends on X, like, it is very, very painful to do that for a type. The other thing that we could do is copy and paste their types into ours and just use it. Not great. Not great. I think the best way to go is just how we've done it with the templates. And instead of marshalling them into a known type, is just to send them as JSON. Kubernetes operator get REST client. No, this is not what I wanted. We can pull up. I know. Let's see. What do I know? I know that. What's their faces do it? Cluster API do it. And I think they actually go from the client to, because this creates the connection. Let's look up Cluster API and how they did it. I was hoping there was just somebody that was going to take the default client. We got it. Non-default client. Let's see. Yeah, that's not useful. Cluster API. Okay. So now it's just finding it. This is going to be fun. I know that they do this. I've seen it. I've dumpster dived through this code before. Um, let's start here. Let's start here and see. All right, so here we go. The rest config. There's times the client for interacting with remote cluster, giving the so why they have this idea of remote and why I jumped into here is they build remote Kubernetes clusters that aren't local. Um, is this what we need to do? So then they build a new client, but this client is. This is a controller runtime client. And this here is creating the REST config. Let's see, can we get where they use this? Come on. Perfect. All right, so they're just using it as the standard client. Not exactly what I wanted to do. Let's look up this project. Examples. I just want to use Create, update, deployment, dynamic, create, update, delete. Maybe this. I just want to use like raw. Yeah, I don't want. I want dynamic. That's what I want. This code in this directory is based on a similar example that uses Kubernetes typed client sets. That okay, cool. So I just want dynamic. I don't want to know the type ahead of time. That's all I'm looking for. Let's see what they do here. Oops, that is not. Oh, they do this. Oh, that's so gross. Okay. This should be fine. Okay. 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 Let's you have to build a dynamic config though. Now the thing is, can I get a dynamic from the client? So I just need the REST client, which is in the client, but maybe not actually accessible. Hmm. Then I guess what we have to do or can do is here in main, right? So when we get this client, we could build our own client to the local host here. Feels dumb to create another client. Kind of feels dumb. Queue builder. Oh, good, we're in the deprecated. Beautiful. Well, maybe I do some research and we do this Monday. I don't want to push you guys to go through and do all the research with me, but we know our error. We actually I just need to figure out the best way. I don't want to. Oh, look. The reads and write directly to. One second. Maybe it has an unstructured in here for me already, and it's just hiding. What if instead of create, what if you remember over here, if I have it, to use it, you have to do like the client.resource. Can we just do like r.resource? No, but we have sub-resource. Sub returns a sub-resource client from the named subres. This is maybe close. This is giving us the create, update, delete, patch, delete all of. These are not the ones we want. Reader is giving us get and list. Patch. I don't know that this is going to. It has all the information. It has all the information. So I don't want to create a new one because it has all the information that we want. It just isn't letting us do the thing that we want to do. But you know what? I will research that so that we can just do it instead of messing around with it. Instead of just reading documentation with you guys. All right. Assuming that gets all this working because we applied it and it worked. If we actually look here, we should, let's resize this really quickly. We should have a running thing with a route through Istio. Except we don't have anything in there. Okay, get. Okay, so we do. I was gonna say. My goodness. Now it doesn't have the deployment. We can get the deployment to work. We just have to hide the error from here. I don't know if this is the right way to go. We just return quickly here. We could actually compile the errors. So even if this doesn't work, we could go on here. I don't know that we want to do that because if this doesn't work, this doesn't matter if the deployment's running in theory. If the service we created for it doesn't work. Although I think we should create the deployment then the service anyways. Let's actually do that. I feel like that makes more sense in my mind. It doesn't actually matter, but you know, makes me. It's what I would do. All right. Cool. Okay, so that is working. We just have to. I'll figure that out. So what do we want to do? Do we want to do some Rust, or do we want to look at some of the other stuff that we need to do in the null cloud? I think the null cloud is for the most part going to be Go, just because it's easier for people to get a hold of. The other thing is like this container builder. I haven't started working on it, but one of the things that I would love to do. So I was talking to a friend, and he was like, you know what would make this really easy is if they didn't have to build their container. They don't have to upload it. They don't have to. Maybe they don't even need to know how to build a container. Like they don't even have a Docker file. Um, and they could just have their application be deployed. And I was like, that's a fantastic idea. So we need to be able to build a container inside of our infrastructure. And since all of our infrastructure is going to run in containers, that means we need to use BuildKit. BuildKit versus there's also Kenkio. Kenkio? Yeah, Kenkio. There's also Kenkio. BuildKit or Kenkio will work. I was just going to use BuildKit, but so basically, BuildKit doesn't require root. Now, I don't know every detail about it because by default it does. So, like, I don't know if there's limitations to not using root or things like that. So that's something that needs to be explored. But this is a project. If somebody wants to work on it, it's completely separate. It's supposed to be its own service. Basically, we need to work on the details here because what I would love for this to do is be given a, at the beginning, a public repository, a public Git repository. It downloads the repository in memory, and then it builds the Docker file. At first, I think it's fine to say they need to have a Docker file. Easy. Eventually maybe we'll be like, hey, if it's a basic Node application, we have our own Docker file. We'll just containerize your application automatically. But MVP, there's going to be a Docker file in the root called Docker file, and it's just going to build it. So I guess that means we need a Git. We just need to be able to do a Git clone into memory, and then we need to do like the Moby build kit on that, and then we need to push it to a repository somewhere. It needs to have a link to a Docker compatible repository, and that should push that to that repository. I think what we're going to do for my infrastructure is we're going to do Docker on S3, so containers in S3 or an S3 compatible storage. It's going to be the cheapest way. It's not particularly fast, but I don't care about speed. It's a super cheap way to store a bunch of images. So yeah, and what I'd love is if people started helping. So I'm gonna get tickets and stuff. This is written in a very specific way, so like these are completely separate from each other. You don't need to know anything about this. This should build a container. This should be useful standalone if people wanted to use it. It would be like a tool that could build a container without root. Given a Git repo, like it's gonna do that. And then how we leverage that inside of the null cloud, or again, I'm working on a name. I like Eddington. I like Eddington. The Eddington number is pretty cool. I'm really bad at naming though, so we'll see. We'll see. How's this? Pretty easy. Yeah, check it out. I'm sure there's a repo for it. I feel like I've seen this. Yeah, go get. Cool. I don't know what Go Billy is. What? There's some drama. Source D. Oh, oh, do tell more. They might not be legally able to. They had to hard fork something from them. That's a shame. I bet you one of their things here was oh. I wonder if it was not Apache 2. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, we can just use this. What was Go Billy? The missing interface file system abstraction for Go. I feel like we want to do this all in memory, but the other thing is we could actually just write this to temporary storage. So I don't know that we need to do it all in memory. All in memory sounded easy, but I love that it is a highly extendable GitHub Copilot. You've been training off your public repositories. Uh, that's like straight up what they have as their yeah, a highly extendable get implementation in pure Go. Beautiful. Okay. So we have that. That is this portion of it. Then we have the front end, which we're just writing in it's not even in Next.js, it's just React. Just React. Very, very, very simple. So we're gonna get started on that as well. I want a very simple dashboard, just super simple. That's all it should be. Okay. Let's see. Let's try to do a little go get really quickly. Do you have examples? I want an example. Just clone. Clone is good. We can do auth later. I don't want to deal with auth right now. I'll support public repos. Oh, I guess we probably should make this a web server so that you can request this information. You can ask it to build something for you. I don't think I like this. Yeah. They're importing this stuff, these check args. I was going to say, where are these check args coming from? It's a little conceiving. It's a little deceiving for a educational thing, because you look at this and you don't know where checkargs comes from. It's coming from this, which is just the root directory. Maybe not the biggest deal, but I'm just going to take this. We're going to take this and we're going to edit it a little bit. Go. Let's get rid of this. We'll deal with these checks. Actually, let's see what their checkargs does. We probably should make it behind a what server should we use? What should we use? gRPC, just full gRPC? That's what I was kind of going with. Yeah. I was just going to do full gRPC. I don't know if other people have. The thing that I would like to do, make everything full gRPC initially, and then when we decide to make everything a message, it's just the same gRPC message, but on an event stream. I think that's the cleanest way to kind of going from direct call microservices to an event stream, and you get the strongly typed events then, which is also a benefit of having the gRPC. Um, what is their info? They're just okay. I mean, that's fine. Wait, you know what your problem there is? It's Python 2. It's been Python 3 for a while. Oh no no no! It's 2 weeks ago. Sorry, I tried gRPC and Python 2 weeks ago. Like, sorry. That was a ridiculous way to read that. Um, I saw the number, just figured it was Python 2. It wasn't easy to use. I mean, I know Rust is a little abrasive around the edges, but it's not too bad. You find, okay. That's a shame. I always found, like, with Go, gRPC is actually easier than writing an HTTP client, in my opinion. um, really? I was gonna say Rust is a little bit of a pain until you get into it, and then you're like, wow, this is actually pretty nice because like it does the code generation on build, and you have to have that there so like everything compiles. There can't be anything not compiled or built. Um, oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. I always thought like that was the point of Python, was that it was easy. I would have expected gRPC to be easy. Let's see. This will be V5, I guess. V5. Now, what do they have? They have plain clone here. Oh, you know what we haven't done? We haven't, we need to go over here. Builder. And we need to, go Go mod tidy. I mean, it's another reason to. It's another reason not to use Python, really. The lack of good gRPC support. I mean, honestly, though, do people that would use gRPC use Python? That actually might be the question to ask: is how many people that would actually use gRPC and know how to leverage it and use it actually be writing in Python? I don't know that it's a large number. That might be more of the reason, is that those people don't cross with the Python community. I could be wrong though. Actually, we probably should panic if we didn't pull this. We're just going to abort for right now. We're just testing. Use other services that expose a gRPC API. How often do you write a service that uses another gRPC service that it itself doesn't expose a gRPC service? I don't know that that's a very. Yeah, gRPC on the front end can cause problems. Isn't I feel like HTTP2 should be more supported now. I feel like 5 years ago it was rough, but I feel like that should be a little bit better now. I thought all browsers supported HTTP2. Am I wrong? I feel like. All right, well, not Internet Explorer, but it seems like it is. Oh, okay. So it's a specific feature. Hmm. That's a shame. It says it's fully. Guess it's not fully. I guess browsers probably have like a set spec that is considered full support for what browsers are going to do, I guess. All right, so if this is working, this should clone it into a temp. Let's try that. Authentication required. Oh. Let's let's do Legion. Oh, I can't wait to start working on Legion a little bit. Cool. So we got the commit, we got the author, and if we don't have it. We don't have it. I thought we were cloning. What is plain clone? I thought maybe I need to give it its full path. That is the last thing that I did with it, so it got some of it. Or is it all in memory? I thought that if oh, oops. I bet you, one second. One second. I bet you it's all cloned right here. So it did clone it. It did clone it. Just into the wrong spot. Well, then. Let's run that again. So instead of doing it all in memory, we could do it just in temporary disk, like this. Cool. Awesome. I'm gonna push this as demo of it working. And now we could actually right now we can probably just use BuildKit really quickly to build this. Let's just build this. Now BuildKit can be used locally, but and we're not going to worry about containerizing it because you have to do special stuff to containerize it as well. But we just want to build a container. Does Legion have a container? Legion probably doesn't have a Docker file, does it? Yeah, I don't think we've built a Docker file for Legion. And Legion doesn't really run in containers. Legion itself runs things. So, interesting. Maybe Legion was a bad thing. We'll find something with a container to pull. Legion is not the thing. What's a simple thing to pull that has a container to build? What is a simple thing to build that has a container? Oh gosh. Nothing in my top. Nothing. Oh. All right, let's jump over here and check if there's something easy to build that has a container. I can just build one and check it in. I just didn't want to check in a. It also doesn't have to be one of my demo things. All right, we're just going to search everywhere for Docker file. We're going to find simple Docker file. No. Docker files for the big blue button. Let's do example Docker files. I feel like I should just commit a Docker file that just builds Nginx. I just thought I should. You know what? Let's just go to Nginx. Is Nginx not open source anymore? I know that it got bought. I thought the core was still open source. I know that they made some not open source, but maybe it's not open source anymore. What? Ah, it still has to be open source, right? Is that just did they just make finding the code difficult? No, there it is. They don't have a Docker file here. Perfect. Whatever. Okay. We're just going to make our own Docker file and be done with this ridiculousness. We'll do a high level. No, 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 not in there. We're just going to do a high level folder here for hack stuff. And we'll just make a new Docker file in here. All right. So can I just do from Nginx? Is that the dumbest thing ever? I think that's all. That's my Docker file. Okay. I think yeah. I think that will be it. All right, now we have our Docker file. We'll go back to here. And we're going to update this to look for Eddington. So now we need to use build kit, which I have no idea how to do. All right. I don't want to run a daemon. So that So the only people that I know use this like I want to use this is Dagger. Um they use build kit, but I don't know if they use it through a daemon or not. Let's see. Well, I thought they used Dagger or build kit. Oh, so you still have to run a build kit daemon? You just run it in the daemon, or hmm. Okay. I kind of just wanted to do everything in process. So be my own build kit daemon. Is that, I guess maybe that's just wrong? Is that not what we do here? You should be able to build. This was my other problem with build kit versus Kanenko. Kanen this thing. I can never remember its name. Um it didn't seem like you could run it, and it didn't support ARM images. So I really wanted to build ARM images if I can. So this doesn't have multi things, but the thing is, I feel like you shouldn't need a daemon at all because an image is just literally building up layers, and I feel like you shouldn't have to have that. You shouldn't need. And so, like, this pretty much at the very top says, don't, it's meant to run in its own container. Don't try to run it in your own code. Um, yeah, Kanenko is meant to run as an image. We do not recommend running Kanenko executor binary in another image. Might not work, which is a little weird. Um, but so is build kit, I guess. But yeah, this is still running the build kit daemon. It's just running the build kit daemon as a non-root user. So I guess when we go to containerize this, we've got to run a sidecar. We've got to run a two container pod. A two container pod. One container runs build kit and one runs this, and then it can talk to it. Hmm. Shoot, I jumped onto another thing where I'm gonna have to do some research. Huh. So if you have an error with overlays, try fuse overlays. If you have a problem with fuse overlays, you try native overlays. Oh, interesting. you don't mind using privileged, almost safe for rootless. The Docker run flags can be as followed. The other thing that we could do for MVP is I feel like we could fight with this for a little while, and we can get this working. The other thing we could do for MVP is just not run this in a container. We could just decide to run this thing not in a container initially. Have its own little deployment on its own little machine, being a little monolith. Maybe that's what we do. I do want to eventually get everything to be one Kubernetes deployment for this, so it's easy. You could even have a little CLI. But maybe that is the thing that we do for the container. If you need the images built, if you're not giving it a URL, because I think you should be able to give a URL to an image you've already built, and that would be fine too. But if you want the container to be built, it has to run on its own machine for right now. Like I said, this looks doable. It just looks like it's going to be a little bit of a pain. All right. If that's the case, I'm going to commit this because this is a good start, and then I can write some issues. That way, in case somebody wants to do the container builder, they can start working on it. We have the container running, which is basically working, except for the Istio, where we need to actually be able to send dynamic configs. So that's good. But I need to figure out how to get dynamic configs for Kubernetes. So, or inside the operator with the client they've already given us. I don't want to create a second client to our Kubernetes cluster. That just feels wrong. And then we need to start working on storage. We have space. It's completely empty. We got to start thinking about it. We have a couple different things we need to provide as storage. We need an S3 compliant storage bucket. We need a bunch of things. We probably need a Postgres DB, maybe CouchDB. I don't think we can provide MongoDB without their explicit permission, but maybe we could do that eventually. And the UI. But all those things need research except for the UI. So I'm going to take a quick break, get some water to drink, and when I get back, we're going to add subscribers notifications to our Twitch events. So I know that we have followers. Not that. Ooh, this. So I know we have followers, but this doesn't need research. We will do subscribers, which there's one of you who uses your Prime. I'm very grateful for that. We're going to get messages piped through. We're going to see how adding a new message, how much work it actually is. And we'll do that. And we'll have some fun doing it. So I will be right back. Let me get my be right back screen. Yeah. I just need to get some water. I need to stretch my legs for a little bit. So it will be 10-15 minutes. I might make another cup of coffee while I'm doing it all. And yeah, I'll see you guys in 10-15 minutes. All right. I'm back. I'm back. It is time for us to figure out how much work it's going to be to add a new event, handle it. And to be fair, we're going to handle it the exact same way. We're not going to do anything different. We're just going to, in the Twitch event listener here, let's see. Here's where we're listening to the WebSockets. Here's the notification where we're processing the notification. And here we're sending the new event. So, this is the only one. This is the only one we support right now. Followers. All right. We need this channel subscriber because there is one of you who has blessed me with like 3 subscriptions now, and we need to deal with it. We need to deal with it. So let's do just that. Instead of this, we are going to, let's see, we need, what do we need from this? We need the username, the user ID. It's going to be kind of like a follow event. We need to create a new event for this, so let's do that. I think we'll just do the username and ID for right now. Pubstruct subscribe event. Yep. Looks good. Now we'll go back and instead of error, we're going to just return an OK. Wait a second. We created the follow event, but we didn't actually add another enum. Channels. There we go. There we go. Subscribe event. It's right here. Ah, we got a derived debug. Beautiful. All right, back to here. Now, we can do the subscribe event. Wait, why did it do? Oh, because we didn't actually parse out the payload. All right, so we need to do that. This needs to be a channel subscribe v1 payload, right? I believe so. And those are the 2 things we need from it. I believe this is the API where this doesn't actually, no, this does. If we know that it's a channel subscribe v1 payload, we do know. Is there anything else that we need to know? I think in the future, we probably want to know if it's a gift. Does it tell us who gives the gift? Yeah, we probably actually want to pass on more of this stuff. Even if we don't use it, let's go ahead and pass this stuff on. I'm going to actually copy. We're going to jump into the subscribe event. Wait, why do you have no... You do too have this. It's this right here. If you have the Twitch, okay, we'll look into that in a second. Let's put these down here and let's see. We have the username. We have the user ID. This is probably a good call out. We probably, if we ever want this to be multi-tenant, we probably need to be passing both the broadcaster and the username and the user information. I've always assumed up to this point that the broadcaster was myself, but we could be, multiple broadcasters could use this in the future. So let's actually update this to broadcaster username. Or let's add broadcaster username. And delete these. Good. All right. Let's see. Broadcaster user login. Wait, what was the user login? The requested broadcaster login. Not sure what that is. We'll leave that off until we actually need it. We can always add them as well. That's the nice thing is adding shouldn't break our contract. Yeah, I don't think so. All right. Broadcaster username. That's not exactly what I meant to do. Go back. We'll have the is gift. We'll leave that in here. We'll have the tier. We're just going to do of int of an I32. We already have user ID and username, so then we're good here. All right. Cool. That means there's no way. There might be another event for somebody that gifts a sub. So, like, there's a way to know that somebody gifted a bunch of subs. This is just telling me if this subscription event is gifted. That's my assumption. Let's go check out how wrong I am. Let's check out how wrong I am. This is a really rough way to. This is pretty rough. All right, we got follow, subscribe, cheer, points, 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 hype train, hype. I have no idea what a hype train is. Pull, pull, pull. Prediction, raid, ban, unban. Man, bans are going to get a custom message. If you get banned, there's going to be a pop-up. You're going to get a custom message for your ban. We might even do a custom message for unban too. That will be fun. Oh, I have a catch-all here. Okay, well we'll have to find out. I feel like I'm missing some of these events. But okay, we've got this. We need basically all of these things. Broadcaster user ID, broadcaster name. Let's see. We have the username, user ID, broadcaster ID is gift. Well, there was one more. There was one more. I was trying to do it from memory. Why is this erroring now? Oh, I don't have the dot dot. It wants that. There's one more. There's one more that we wanted. Username, user ID, tier. That's what we wanted. Tier. And you guys know that I like testing in production. So the only way to really test this in production is to have you guys subscribe. That's it. That's the only way to actually test this. It's a shame, but true. All right. Why does this want to parse to user ID cannot be a string, can it? I get so confused with braid. I always get confused with what it's trying to do. Gosh dang it. There we go. It's on this. I don't know that this is actually helping me. It just makes everything a string. I don't know that I understand this. Improving strength. Strongly typed APIs reduce errors and confusion over passing around untyped strings. Braid helps in that endeavor by making it painless to create wrappers around your string values, ensuring that you use them in the right way every time. Examples of the documentation and implementation provided for braids are available below in aerial braid examples. Create documentation. A braid is created by attaching a braid to a struct definition. The macro will take care of automatically updating the representation of the struct to wrap a string and generate the borrowed form of a strong. Wait. The macro will take care of automatically updating the representation of the struct to wrap a string and generate the borrowed form of a strong type. Braids of custom string types are also supported so long as they implement a set of expected traits. If not specified, the type name string in the current namespace will be used. Take strong string, borrow strong string. I don't understand what this is doing. It's just a wraparound string. I'm going to have to read on that a little bit more. I'm not sure I'm smart enough to understand what it's solving. It's probably a good problem to solve. It's probably fantastic. I am just not smart enough. Oh wait, why am I parsing the username? That's not what I meant at all. Oh. This is where, did you see that? Like they added the double colon here, where I feel like Copilot wouldn't have done that before. I just legitimately feel like it's still good. Like those types of mistakes are easy to rectify, but it feels like it got worse. Yeah. Okay. Done. So I have a new message. That new message is getting now sent on to. Let's see. The new Twitch event is being used up here, and this event is getting sent along with this, with the message ID and timestamp, which is actually something we need to deal with so that we can make sure that we're not getting attacked. People aren't spoofing messages. And we're sending this. And the thing that listens to this is the AI manager, which is red, probably because now, this is what I love about strongly typed. This went red because we're not handling the new message. We have a new event and we're doing nothing with it. Strongly typed is so amazing. All right, channel subscribe is not covered. Quick fix, please. Fill match arms. Thank you. All right, we probably need to break this into functions here. Oh, what did Copilot come up with us? What did Copilot? Okay, let's see. Oh man, it's it's basically doing exactly what we did up here, but let's see if it did anything else. You know what? I think it is exactly what we did, but I'm not even upset. It's not all of it. It goes up to here. It didn't do this. Ooh, do we not have a display? No, it should be the same display message. It came up with it. It just needed a little bit of. Can you tell me to send it? Oh, yeah, we go. There we go. All right. Now, I don't know. This is one of the things that we can look here. I don't know if we're just putting the same story segments in the same table. Yeah, we have an event type. So I think that's applicable. So instead, oh, guys. I'm pretty impressed, Copilot. I'm pretty impressed. Follow was here. Even though it was mostly copy and paste, it gave the event type as subscriber. it told the epic story of my new subscriber. So like, it definitely, it definitely was. It didn't just copy and paste. It didn't just copy and paste. And I do believe that an article was saying the way they said it was getting smarter is understanding the code that you were writing better. And so I think this is actually probably one of the direct things that they updated. I think sometimes it just interferes with the general stuff, but yeah, this was pretty good. This was pretty good. They updated the event to subscribe. What is our primary key on this one? It's just an ID. So then we can group on user ID. That probably needs to be indexed. We're going to need to index on user ID. Yeah. All right, we need to import subscribe event. I think that yeah, there we go. I think that's what was causing us our problem here. All right, mismatch types, expect I32, found, yeah. This is going to be toString parse done. Is this really an I64 though? I feel like this is not. It's an I32. I don't know why. Oof. Yeah. Wait. Is tier not? Yeah, it's tier. Wait, what is tier? What is tier? I thought this was just braid, and braid was all. Oh. Tier itself is an enum. Oh, and prime is a tier. Okay, that is not what. That is not the tier subscription. Valid values are this. That is not what I got. That's why I went with an integer. Maybe we make our own enum though. Okay. Fair enough. We went with the only thing that knows about Twitch types is the Twitch listener service. So yes, this might be just copying and pasting, but it's our own type. I don't know that you can have other. Maybe you can have other. We're gonna leave that for the time being. Um, yeah, and we'll just parse this into our own. Ooh, that's actually kind of gross. Do we just re-export the Twitch type? I feel like the answer is no. We don't want any of the other systems to know about Twitch. The Twitch listener service is the only Twitch service. Just trying to think of how I want to do this cleanly. I think we just do a function here. To tier. What was this? What was this type? This type was this. And we're going to return a this type. It's missing a few in the branch. It's missing a few. There we go. There was also the prime, right? Type subscription tier none. There was also prime. No, I don't think these last ones. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think these were real ones. There was a prime, wasn't there? There we go. Do you want to know a fun fact about prime subscribers? I did not know this. So, I did not know. I have one person who I greatly appreciate that gives me their prime subscription. And the whole deal with any subscribers on Twitch is that it's a 50-50 split, but then all processing fees comes out of the creator's portion, so my portion. So on a $5 sub, that is $2.50. But once all processing of that $5 gets taken out, which I would assume that they have a pretty good deal, but it seems like a pretty bad deal because it comes out to be like $1.90 for the $2.50 that I get. Did you know with a Prime subscription, those processing fees are still taken out, which doesn't really make sense to me because they don't have processing fees on the Prime because there was no like credit card fees or credit card payments or anything. So I don't understand. I mean, they're saving money. I do understand. I do understand, but they still take that money out of the money that they give you for the Prime subscription. I'm not complaining because it's free money that I get. I make like $1.90 a month because of it. So not complaining, just something I found out. What did I name this? I named it something ridiculous. Twitch tier to tier. I'm gonna shed tears on that one. There we go. And I think actually we're done. That's it. We have it through the AI service. The AI service actually does generate. We can actually do some tidy up here though, because these should actually be probably in a, let's actually rename this too. Let's rename this to and make it a little bit more clear. Let's we could functionize these. We can, but they do need to be methods, not functions, because we need the SQLite connection and everything. And they'll have to be async. That's fine. That's fine. That's not a problem. I was going to make them straight functions, but yeah, that's not fine. All right. So this doesn't exist as a. We only insert. We only insert, buddy. One second. Let's see if it will create a get for us. Let's see if it will create a get for us. Let's see if it can do that. I'd be interested if it could actually do SQLX query syntax. It's starting. So it doesn't know what to do for the query. It knows what it wants. It wants a connection pool, a user ID, and an event type. Does it know? Okay. So we're going to select story statement segments. All right. Well, where the user ID and event type. So we're querying for event type, or do we want? I don't know. This is not what I would do for a get story segment. I would probably get story segments and get them for all the user, like all the story segments for a user. So I would probably do it like this. Or I would get the latest one for a user, not all of them. That would be my. Yeah, so I think I would have two here. This would be get story segments for user. And this would an event type. Yeah. So, but this is going to return. Ew. Does this really just give us a string? That. Oh, and this is just fetching the one. So we could write a nice query so that we could sort them so we could get the latest one. I was going to say, then what we need to do is also one of these. Get story segment, get latest story segment for user. And then we have a time, right? No, we don't. But we can just do it on the ID because the ID will the larger. So if you sort on ID, that will work just fine because the largest one will be the newest. We'd have to join it with another list to get the time. Maybe that's a bad design. It could be a bad design. It could be. And then this needs to be updated to. Anyways, that's not what we wanted to do as it happened. You can find the functions right here. Oh, I didn't save this. I have a tendency of not doing that. All right. But that's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to make a function to handle channel subscribe, clean this up a little. Hey, sync. What were we gonna call this? We're gonna call this handle subscribe event. Do we want to return anyhow? I think we do just want to return a failure if it fails. Okay. And now, did I say handle subscribe? And we want to do a handle follow. Yep. Just like that. Handle follow. You have a fantastic weekend yourself, Russell. Thanks for sticking around and all your support. I appreciate it. A lot of red. Oh, we need to pass in this conversation, this thing that we created. Okay. Okay, good. Convo. Well, we'll just name it the same thing. Done. Should we call this sub event? I'm gonna rename it to subscriber event. Subscriber event. There we go. Why do you not like this? Oh, this is not a Twitch event. Oops. This is a, let's see. This is a follow event. This is a follow event. It's not bad. No, this is a subscriber event. All right. Why are we upset now? Cannot borrow conversation as mutable. Oh, this is a mutable thing. Okay. Good to know. All right. That looks good. Let's do the other one. Let's fix indentation. All right, and let's fix this. This is the method signature. And this is follow event. Syntax error. Oh, we got double parenthesis here for some reason. Copy and paste mistake. All right, cool. So this is a little bit more readable. There's probably some more that we can do, but that's probably good for now. Awesome. Let's get this checked in. All right, and that's not all. We have our Twitch stuff. Let's see. We added. Now we have a lot more to do with that because I'd like to like read in like the last segment and actually play off of that, but we're not there yet. Cool. The other thing that I need to do here is make this public. It's not yet. Let's see. Cone of silence. Silence. I don't know that there would be anything you could do, if I typed in my code in front of you, but because I mean, you'd have to be already ready to be typing it in yourself. So like, I feel like it's probably I still code of silence. There we go. There we go. It's fully public. I don't always start with fully public because if somebody came to this is going to be a dumpster fire of them to get started with. We do have. Oh, well, that's a tort. There we go. That's a better name. Does everything on here just automatically save? I think so. All right, cool. So basically, just a way for people to get started if they want to get started on this. If they want to do some stuff, I also want to document like high level what's in my plan to support and what's not in my plan to support. I have a pretty aggressive goal of getting this done. Like the MVP, it's gonna have to be very minimal. By the end of July. The end of July. Minimal cloud. And I'm gonna set this one up on my own hardware. I think my own hardware is going to be the beta hardware. It's like where the bleeding edge is going to happen. And then I think I'm going to set it up in a couple clouds so you can actually run in a couple clouds as well. But that's for another time, another place, another thought. Um, yeah. I think I'll call it good for today. I'm probably going to stream a little on Monday. Yeah, I'm probably going to stream a little on Monday. I'm trying to stream my work on it. Now, that being said, I do find some of this hardware, it's like I kind of need to research this a little and think about it. I don't know. If you guys like doing that live research, I'm fine with it. If you guys don't, let me know. So I think this is what we're probably going to have to do to build it. We're going to run rootless daemon container in the same pod as our container builder. And that way, yeah. I think this is do I have a readme in here? I need to have a readme in here. Okay. We'll just store that because I think this is what we'll be doing with build kit. Let's see. Now, I'm not as worried about running this right now because locally it will have access to container D. Yeah, locally it should run. It's just when we want to run it as a container. So let's go check out. I want to use build kit client. Examples. I don't understand this. Like it's doing stuff with apt with APK. Yeah, it's executing stuff on the shell. I don't know. That seems gross. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is, again, executing shell scripts to download the code for build kit. What are we doing here? I'm just. Why are we building an exe? What are we doing? I'm not sure that I understand what these examples are for. 1 second. So it's showing you how to build. Oh, I think I understand. I think I understand. Okay. This is in the container. This is in the Alpine. I was like, how do they even assume APK? You know, they're starting with this base Alpine, and they're adding this environment to the path. They're adding this environment. And then they're running. Okay, okay, I'm understanding this better. Whew. Got it. Okay. This now makes sense. I'm sorry. I was struggling with what we were doing here. I got it. So this is effectively kind of what we want to do. Now this is cool because this is what I was saying is we can actually define our own images. So we could build. I was hoping that they would have um some way of I was hoping that there would be some way to build a Docker file instead. Like building the Docker file in code is actually one of the things I want to do because what I want to do is I want to build those golden images for people that don't know how to run their application in images, and I just want to plug in their code, their executable into that image, and yeah, be done with it. So this is one of the things that I want to do. And I think I would do it something like this. Let's see, new folder, internal, new. Let's do a new folder in here called and then in containers we're going to do like we'll have a Java one, and we'll do JavaScript here. And by JavaScript, I meant and in JavaScript, we're going to have a file npm.go or node maybe node.go. And in here, we would do something like this. Let's we would do something like this. So this would be JavaScript. This would be build. I've been doing build node container. Yeah. I thought I could because I have the Go Work, like the Go Workspace, but oh well. That should clean those up. Beautiful. All right. Now, obviously, this is not building the right thing, but we can to do here. Build awesome node container. And I'm sure that there's like a base we can start from. Uh, Maybe just node, but we probably want like an alpine or something. Bullseye Slim. We could do Bullseye Slim. Probably just do Alpine. Is this their Alpine, their long-term support? I don't know. No, it's Bullseye. Hmm. Hmm. Where's their Alpine? All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, actually, you know what? That's a fantastic point. It would be like this. Just this. Node current. So this would be our base. We're getting the Alpine. I don't know that we need this stuff. We need to play around with a Docker file. You know what? Maybe what we need to do here is maybe the easiest way would be like a Docker file that's a reference. This is what we're targeting. Node. That might be the easiest way to do this. Okay, okay. I think we can get this up and running. So this way they don't have to. Now, the other thing that we need is a way with well, none of these. Build kit, build Docker file from Go. And then what we can do here is we have a JavaScript. We'll do another one with that's Docker file. Function build Docker file. Okay. We're just going to grab this. Hey, Monta, how are you doing? I hope your weekend's going well so far. We already did a little Rust. We're back on to Go. We started with Rust, we went to Go, we went back to Rust, now we're back to Go. I'm kind of at the part where I don't really know, so a lot of people left because I'm reading documentation. I'm trying to figure out how to use BuildKit from code. Oh no, I'm sorry, Monta. That's rude. That's rude. If somebody's on vacation, it means that they need the break. They need the time. You shouldn't be calling them, or else it's not even a vacation. If I have a company that abuses that, I generally accidentally break my cell phone while I'm on vacation. Oops. Um, thankfully where I work now, that doesn't happen. Like if I get a call and I'm on vacation, it's means I'm the only person that can actually solve it. And the last time that happened, it was because the there was a permissions issue, so I was literally the only person that could solve it. Um, so, but yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry, that's rough. What's also rough is trying to build a container. I'm trying to use BuildKit. I'm looking through their examples here. So we have two examples. So basically, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to build a cloud provider. You know that is just as easy as easier than hosting it manually. You have an app. You built an app, and you want to have it publicly available. This should be easier than running it locally on your own machine. And so to do that, what we're doing is basically building all the stuff for you. Building is always painful experience. Yeah. Yes, it is. So basically what I have here is a node builder and a container builder, a Docker file builder. And so basically if your project has a Docker file, I'll use that. But I don't want to assume that you know how to build a container. And even though I want to run your project in a container, because that's how I'm going to do security and things like that, I don't want people to have to know how to do that. So like this is going to be for Node. So if I can detect that your project is in Node, I'm literally going to build the container image around this node for your project, for a Node project. So we're gonna see how painful this is. It's probably gonna be super painful. Like this is probably gonna be one of the more painful parts of it, but we'll see. Because what I would love to do is basically have a UI that's like, hey, give me. Well, that's not very. None of these are very good examples, but like basically like sign in, give me the URL to a Git repo, and I'll build it. And it will be publicly. Here's the URL to access your API. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. It'd just be super convenient. But now I'm trying to figure out how to build. I thought about for the MVP. So I want to get the MVP of the cloud done by the end of July. And I thought for the MVP of just building like on the command line, like basically passing everything to the command line. But I feel like that's just as gross. And so it wouldn't really save me anything here. And here I want to actually build a Docker file. I'm just going to build the JavaScript reference Docker file, I think. We don't need any of these flags because this is their example. Let's walk through it. So we get flags for all the options. I just want to see how they build the container. Action, app dot run. Like adding a file containing. So, Monta, you're right. For complicated setups and whatnot, there should. I would love it though if there was a couple scenarios, a couple things like, okay, this is a protobuffer Go project. If I can detect that, or if there's an easy way to say to build it that way, I think Node is an example of that. Like, if you say that it's a Node application, or I can detect that it's a Node application, do you need to give me any of that stuff? I think the answer is no. I think I can just build it. And obviously, if your project falls outside the normal or the standard, yes, you'll have to give me those instructions. And that's fine. But I want to also for like especially for people that are just learning, like a lot of people like learn in a boot camp how to write a Node application and know nothing about uh anything about a container or deploying or whatnot. And I would love for them to be able to be like, yeah, I just clicked a button and now it's out there so people can see my web app. And the internet will have 1,000 more web apps. And maybe yeah, adding a command to the package JSON or all of those are fine. And I do think that we'll need those as well. Like those will be a requirement because there's going to be more complicated deployments and things like that that people need to have control over, and we need to be able to support that somehow. My very first MVP though is like do the very default and make it as easy as possible. I want a URL, period, and I'll just do everything for you. You don't need to worry about infrastructure. You don't need to worry about building a container. You don't need to worry about anything like that. You give me a URL and a commit, and I'll build it. And then at first it's not even going to be a commit. I'm just going to pull main, and I'm just going to build the latest thing. And then I want to be able to like follow a tagging thing or whatnot. So like you have a way to promote, and then give like environments. So like you can tag production and you can tag staging, and I'll automatically make a production and a staging environment for you. Like that's where I think it could be really cool, where you could automatically have all of these things and not have to worry about how to deploy or whatnot. Okay, so how do they do this? They call run. We don't need any of this UI stuff. Um, they're just creating a new client, a build kit client with the address from the CLI. So that's going to need to be our address to the container running the Docker, the daemon. And this is just them reading and writing out. Again, we don't need to do that. That's what this is doing. Let's see. This is the build context. I'm just looking for a Docker file. Cool. Can we check what the state of GitHub that gave us what language was used? Oh, that's actually a good idea. You're me. Actually, I need to leave this open. This has research that I was doing, but you're meaning like this. So honestly, I'm not entirely sure exactly how I'm going to do the detecting. Um, anything remotely difficult, I would expect somebody to have their own container, like their own Docker file that knows how to build or whatnot. I'm trying to think of a Node application. Uh, what's a Node application? What's a popular Node application that I can go look at? Um, I literally don't know of a popular Node application. Well, React, I guess React app is itself a Node application, isn't it? So JavaScript or TypeScript is a good giveaway, but I almost feel like we need to parse. Would it just be the package JSON? This could get a little messy. For MVP, for MVP, there needs to be a start or a run. We can come up with whatever is the standard, um, you know. And so I feel like we can come up with whatever the standard is, and to test if it's a Node application, we just look for that. Oh, look for yeah, TypeScript enforces bullet code. Okay. So if we detect this, then we can just build a Node application or try to. I mean, and there's a case that it fails because you didn't have the right things, and that's will be a caveat. And we can get smarter as we go about how to build things and building more complicated things. Um, yeah, well, absolutely. I think that we just go with start. We parse this for start, and if it has a package JSON.start, we package it as a Node application and go. I don't know. That might not work. That might not work. This is what we're going to try first, though. And the other thing is, if you give a Docker file or a container name, we'll just run that. So it's also, if it doesn't work, like if you have something complicated, you don't have to fall back and rely on this. You can yourself provide those things. Um, I was just my friend was talking about it, and he was like, what would be really cool is just to make, obviously all of this is making a cloud that's convenient. You don't have to worry about infrastructure, because there is no infrastructure as code, because you don't have to. I mean, obviously we can have infrastructure as code if you want, but the idea is you don't have to if you don't worry about it. And then he was like, it would be really great to target like really new users who don't necessarily know what a container is. Can they run their application? That would be cool. Oh, a lot. That's a good call. We would need to know. Okay, that's a good call. Yeah, the lock yarn and lock packages lock as well. That's a good way of detecting. Does everyone check in their lock? I don't know if people check this in. I feel like you shouldn't have to, because it should be described here well enough, your dependencies. But then I feel like this should make your build more. I'm not big on JavaScript here, so I apologize if this is a well known thing. It's like whether you check in your Go sum or not. Like this makes your build really repeatable because it has everything there, but I feel like you should actually make it very explicit in your Go mod and then not check in your Go sum. But there's people that disagree with me on that. All right, they do. Well, and the thing is, it doesn't have to work for everyone. If you do something weird and you don't check in your package lock, that's fine. If you're doing that, you're probably not so new as to not be able to create an image, or a Docker file. What I'd like to do is for the really new people, just deal with it. And obviously, maybe if you're not new and you don't have to create a Docker file if you don't, aren't doing something special and unique. But if you decide to do something special and unique, it will still be supported, just maybe not completely automatically. You might have to add a Docker file that knows how to build, or you might have to provide a container. There's a lot of ways to deal with the people that do go off the beaten trail. For the MVP, though, what I was trying to do is have that very unique. You made a Node app that is a very standard Node app, and it just works. You give it the URL, and it will be out there. You give it the URL to your Git repo, and I'll give you a URL to your application running. That's, I think, the beautiful MVP that you can show people, and they can kind of get the idea of like, wow, I don't have to think about infrastructure. I don't have to think about these things. It's just, I wrote my application and it's there. Anyways, that's kind of what we were looking at here. I don't know why this... I mean, again, this is just looking through their example. This doesn't look too bad. They build a new build kit client with new. They get the address, the build kit address to go to here. And pass it some other options that you need, but you need this address here, obviously. And then, you know what? This is one thing that I really dislike in the Go community. Don't use C. Do like build kit client. I know that C is nice and small and easy, but like, it's also the worst. Like if you go to highlight C, where is C used? Well, C is all over the place. So like I can't even find where it's used. I don't like this. So then we can just build. And I'm assuming that they're getting a Docker file. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's the goal. So my goal is in July to have the MVP working. I hopefully before July I get it working, but like somewhat polished by July, where somebody can do this. It doesn't mean that I'll support custom domains. Like if you want to put your own domain in front of this, that's going to be a lot more work. If you want to do those things, but if there's a bunch of people that want to try it out and see how it works and give me feedback, that would be great. And then we'll move on from there. We'll get feedback. We'll try some things and we'll see how it goes. So I basically had two ways of building the Docker file. This way is it's a node. We've detected it's a node, and we're going to build a node container. And then this way is we've detected a Docker file. If there's a Docker file, I think we should just build the Docker file. And we already can pull the Git repo. That's what we did. That's what we tested earlier today. This is pulling the Git repo. So we'll pull the Git repo. Then we need to clean up the Git repo as well. So what I'd like to do is in this Git repo, we don't have a Docker file, but we do have a Docker file in this containers here. I have this Docker file. So what I want to do is I want to try building this Docker file in main here and just running it. I want to delete a bunch of the stuff that they've done. So they did like all these flags and stuff, which, you know what, we're just going to delete this because I'm pretty sure it's garbage we're going to do a gRPC service. Another thing that we need to do is we need to do something that watches the Git repository. This is not going to be for the MVP. The MVP will deploy it as it is right now, and it won't keep up with it. But another thing that we need to do is then watch the Git repository. So when there's updates, we rebuild your application, redeploy it, and stuff like that. Um, I think that's actually the other really cool thing is this. It will effectively be GitOps by default. Again, I think that in the end, like in a couple of years, will we have Terraform support? Sure, you should be able to do it with Terraform, and you should be able to spin up a machine on the null cloud or whatever we end up calling it, and it should work. But what is this? But by default, I want it to be like pretty. What is this? App context. Um, Pretty GitOps by default. It's just whatever's in your Git. How's the interface? What do you mean by that? Which interface are we talking about? This service that builds the containers, I was going to make it gRPC eventually event. Oh, the null cloud interface. So, um, it's just this React app right here with some TypeScript. I was thinking about using SvelteKit or something cool, but as I really would just like to get done by July, I felt like React, while I might not prefer it as much as I do Vue or whatnot, it's the easiest for other people to understand. There's so many React developers out there, and if I got stuck, it's easy to find React help. Like you find a weird edge case in SvelteKit, and most likely you're the person that has had the weird edge case. Whereas with React, it's a well documented edge case. Like I don't know if that makes sense. So now I'm going with API first. I haven't written the API, and thus there's not really much in the front end. Um, but it will just all be API driven. The UI. I've never used this. We're not really building a CLI app, so I don't know that I will use it either. But I kind of want to see what it does. It's a fun package. I love fun packages. So is this kind of like a Cobra? It seems like it. But yeah, if you'd like to help, you're more than welcome to. It's open source, so the UI will sit here. Again, we haven't done a whole lot with it because I'm still working on the back end stuff. We just this morning got our cluster working, so that was pretty nice. Uh, In my work, we always look for a library that helps us create forms from JSON. Structure, it speeds development. I don't know what you're meaning by that. Forms from JSON. Can you give me an example library so I can look that up? You're probably like 1000% correct. I'm not quite understanding what you're saying. Not arguing with what you're saying though. I guess is maybe my. We don't need that. Maybe we do need that. What is this CLI context? I feel like this is, yeah, getting the CLI commands again. We don't really need that. Form kit. Do you use Vue? Do you like Vue? I've never found somebody that speaks poorly of Vue. For the most part. For the most part. Oh, I mean, this sounds great. I just haven't really gotten to writing the front end yet, dude. I just kind of made a React app, and that's it. Like there's nothing in it. I mean, except what's generated. I've just been working on the back end. All the back end code. So really I was looking between I I was looking between Vue, React, and SvelteKit. And it came down to I don't know SvelteKit. It looks cool, but it also looks weird. Like it looks like a thing I have to learn myself. Um Vue looks nice, but it also comes down to it's something I'd have to learn. And then React, for being an open source project, seemed like a thing a lot of people knew. So if there was people that would get accustomed to helping or whatnot or getting on board, React was the thing to go. And especially since I'm not a UI developer, the easiest thing to look up something I don't know would be in React. And it's the thing that I've touched before. So this is kind of cool. So it just builds strongly typed JSON basically for your form for you. That's so much HTML for just a little. I hate I hate HTML. Well, I mean, we can do it in Vue. I haven't really done anything except generated it. Um, hmm. Yeah. I mean, especially if that would get me help. Shoot. Shoot, we do it in Vue all day long. Absolutely all day long. I was removing all the CLI stuff from here. Now this is actually from Moby. You think Vue would speed up the development? I'll have to give it a shot. I'll have to give it a shot. I know only a little bit about React, so it's not like I'm throwing away a lot of long-term knowledge. I think this is like for printing out to the terminal. Yeah. Okay. We don't really need to do anything with the UI. Um, yeah. We don't need to do anything like that because this is going to run on a service. All right, well, I'll check it out. Maybe I'll check it out on stream, like one of my weekday streams. I actually might stream on Monday because Monday is Memorial Day, so it's a holiday in the U.S. and so I'll have it off. I'll probably do at least a short stream, Monday morning. Not too early in the morning though, because it'll be my one day to sleep in. So I'm gonna sleep in on Monday. But yeah, I'm definitely going to give some of this consideration. All right, this is good enough for right now. Let's see, client side, front end. Are you just saying you'll fork it? I mean, that's completely good. I also wanted to do some MVP planning here in this project here. Right now, I put it under a mono. I don't love mono repos, but like this is the one thing. And so for people, if they were like scattered across and a bunch of different places, you wouldn't realize that they were all here for the null cloud. It's called Eddington because I don't know if you know what the Eddington number is. The Eddington number is a physicist mathematician came up with the Eddington number. His name was Eddington. That was the number of atoms in the universe. That's the Eddington number. So it's called Eddington for right now. because yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, and if you want to throw away everything in the UI and make a better one, that would be fine. We need to talk a little bit about what the UI is going to look like. I don't have any real. I actually really don't care. It needs to be like I can sign in. I can point my thing at a public Git repo. I'm not going to deal with like people signing up and storing their secrets. We need to do that eventually somehow, but um I'm not doing that right now. And so I need to make a new deployment and I need to point that at a Git repo. So like probably the simplest UI you've ever seen. And it needs to by default have a dark mode. None of this burning our eyes out on no dark mode. My goodness. Those are all, I'm super easy to please. Those are my requirements. Okay. Let's see. So this is the build kit app context. They're using this is what I want to get rid of. Nope, I want to get rid of it. Absolutely not. So these are the things that we need to. We're going to say tag is latest. All right. There is no API yet. I was thinking. I guess this is what I was thinking. All of these services in the back end are just going to be gRPC. If we're talking about, let me see where my drawing is. It's one of these tabs. I got too many tabs up. No, maybe it's not open. Those I'm saving. Ah, here it is. It is open. Okay. So we have these microservices running back here. This is the container builder. We can actually label these container builder, container runner, which is more of a deployment runner. Maybe we need to rename it to deployment. We're gonna have some auth user auth something. Haven't gotten there yet. And then yeah, something. Let's say those. I think maybe what we do is we make a API project, just a really straight REST API that then can call these things. So basically, this is not an API gateway. It's just this is where business logic goes. I kind of like this paradigm. So in theory, because we have a service mesh, we could expose all of these directly via this service mesh. We could expose these directly to the internet. But I feel like a really simple way to do it is none of these get deployed. These are all gRPC. They only interact with gRPC, and then this has the REST API. I I don't know. I'm open for. I'd like to do it the simplest way. Like honestly, I don't want a super complicated thing. It's somewhat going to be a complicated thing because we have this thing that builds containers for people if they don't have their own container or they just have a Docker file. We have this thing I thought about making these a monolith because like a lot of the times that can be simpler. But honestly, that doesn't even make this simpler because if these two things are the same, it means this thing also has to have a thing that builds containers attached to its side. Um, okay, so yes, auth should be in front of them all. I put this here because we really need like a user. This is like auth z, not authorization, not authorization, not authentication. Authentication should be up here. MVP, um, authentication. MVP, I say we use auth0. For real, we use Ori. Simple for use equals hard for developers. I don't know what you're saying there. Oh, you're saying it's hard for us to develop this so that it's simple for the end user. Is what you're saying? It's going to be hard for us to make it as simple as possible for everyone else, effectively. And maybe that's the case, but we should try to make it as simple as possible. One nice part about having this API is you could pretty easily mock everything else behind it. I don't know that I like this real well, but you could do this. so that you don't have to run all this stuff to have the API. This can be hard, and I don't like this at the beginning because it can be pretty difficult to actually keep it up to date. So if these are changing quickly and fast, especially at the beginning, it can be a lot of work to keep this up to date. So I'm not necessarily a fan of that. One thing that I have been working on and that is actually working. So for this container runner, this thing that has Istio and everything in it is all done by a script. And so I think that we can do it where we can debug locally. We can have a script that deploys everything locally. So if you want to work on the front end, we can basically just deploy the whole backend in kind. It's super simple. Start dev is what it does right now. And it builds a kind cluster that exposes some ports to the local host. It installs Calico and configures it to work with Istio, and we configure Istio to actually route localhost 8080 to a service. We should check other clouds. What other clouds are you talking about, Monta? Are you talking about like Firebase on GCP and AWS has one. It escapes me right now. Its name. Those codes aren't public though. They're not open source. I don't know. This can run on other clouds though. That's going to be the awesome thing. You know what I also would love? This is more eventually and not an MVP thing. We made this all super easy. What if I ran this on my own cloud? But what if I also ran copies of it on Azure and AWS? And then there was a button where you could say, deploy this multi-cloud. And with a single checkbox, you get a deployment on 2 clouds. So you have a failover. That would be super cool too. Because it is an open source project, we could do that. Like, it all just runs on their Kubernetes. I think that's exciting. What are you saying we should check for on other clouds? So Firebase is kind of the closest thing. It doesn't do exactly what I want to do, but it's pretty easy. And if you're wanting to make like an Android app, it's pretty simple. 100% locks you into GCP. 1000% it locks you into GCP. It is GCP only. It's not even, you know how there's like the GCP anywhere, that's AWS anywhere. GCP is Apogee. There's their Apogee. Apogee only has a very few of their services, which it doesn't include Firebase. Oh, their API design. Shoot. Yeah. Should we go into their API design? Their API design isn't something we can replicate. Just to be honest. I mean, they have massive teams and they do a service mesh. And so their API design looks like this. And so each one of these then defines its own REST API and its own gRPC interface. And it talks through the service mesh. So the service mesh then defines every valid route to this that you can get. The service mesh does your authentication, not your authorization. Although the service mesh can also do your authorization. I think this is a little bit of a trap, especially if you don't have a massive team. And maybe especially if you do have a massive team. because then it comes down to each team owns their own service mesh configuration. And I think this is easier because basically I can add a new method here and it doesn't matter. It doesn't show up in the API. So I don't have to say something needs to be private. Whereas with the other way I do. Here, I put business logic here. Business logic goes into the API, and it doesn't go in these things. And it keeps these pure. So these are literally just the things. This is where business logic happens. This just does user authorization. This just does deployment running. And it doesn't matter about business logic. It doesn't care. It's there to do its job and do its job well. But yeah, we can look. None of this is set in stone. This was just my thought for keeping it as simple as possible. This is nice because then our authentication just sits at one point right here. And we don't have to worry about configuring a service mesh and all of the struggles that go into that. But we can also do it that way. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to look into some of that and you want to let me know your thoughts, I'm a little opinionated, but I'm not. There's a lot of good ways to do it. So there's other ways, and there might be a way that's actually easier because I would like to keep it as easy as possible for us specifically, but you know, I think you are a little bit right in we're trying to make it as easy as possible for other people. It's going to be a little bit difficult for us. Anyways, it is 2 o'clock my time. I have been streaming for over 4 hours. I think that's it for me today. Actually, I want to make sure this is stops erroring, and then we'll commit it and we'll go on. What is this client? Oh, we're gonna just do this. We just want the build kit address. Beautiful. I think I broke it. Why does it say expected? Expected boolean expression found assignment missing parentheses around composite literal. No, I don't think I am. Oh, I put if here. I just meant to create a tag. All right, that's better. We'll underscore this for right now. You know what? We'll just not use it for right now. There we go. Oh. Oh, this is where, Can we just do these flat? This will take some experimenting. don't know exactly what these... Hmm. This is interesting. I'm just going to delete all of this. I'm not sure. They did it like I wanted to. Yeah. Like I wanted to do it with a command line argument. And really, I think next what we need to do is set this up with gRPC and make the gRPC arguments and do it that way. So I'll just do that. All right. Cool beans. Well, thanks everyone for joining. Glad you all could make it, and I'll see you tomorrow.